Right, back earlier than I'd planned to be, but shit happens. So might as well make the most of it. In theory, at this point, this should be solid enough. I can take the foam out of here, which I think it will be. Have a look. So all I need this to do is survive just long enough for me to get fiberglass cast out of it. After that point, it doesn't matter. Do I have any smaller wedges I can stick under there? Probably. Little stacks of post-it notes. I wonder if that'll help. So I can see there's a crack up in there. I can try stop that from doing the thing that it's doing. I'm not sure there's going to be much I can do about that. Right, that might just end up being a problem down the line. This may end up being another one of those spend 5.5 hours on a thing for it to not work scenarios. So we'll see. But I want to get this out. So let me see. Why did I think that was a good idea? My genius. Sometimes it scares me. Okay, parts of this are definitely willing to come out. Other parts are a little less so. As I say, I just need it to survive long enough to get some fiberglass put in. Past that point, don't care a whole bunch. But it's working to a point. May have been smart of me to keep the tape together, to be honest. far as giving me a thing, it does give me a thing. So I think it's going to work. Only if I'm not an idiot about it. So, you know, give it time. I think I bring this back together. I think we'll be okay. I'm eventually going to need to break this anyway to get the fiberglass out. So, you know, not really the end of the world. That gets that out. So, next order of business. And tidy that up a little bit. Do I have... I mean, I do, but where did I put brush that I was using to dust everything off with? It's not where I thought it would be. Which is only a little bit annoying. Oh, no, it's fine, I found it. Because I kind of just want to try and get some of this out of here. Wonder. There we go, that works. Right. Yeah, having the tape on here definitely helps. Right. So... try and wedge this as well. That's pretty much fine. So this is going to be a complete and total mess. But I choose to believe that's fine. That's not the end of the world because it's at the centre back. Okay. So I reckon we try and get decent picture of the inside. Because it's going to be hard to see on cam, and I can't really move the camera because it's on a stand. So this is kind of the best I can do. Oh god, assuming camera doesn't freak out over this. Any better? Not really. Oh, nearly. There, you can kind of see the inside from that. So the inside actually looks pretty okay. The outside is a mess, but the inside looks pretty okay. So, from there, I'm inclined to whack on some mold release. Not that I'm expecting it to do a whole lot, but better than not. And oops, kick the camera, smooth. What I'm actually going to use for this is some PVA mold release. Because I believe it's better to use that for like super porous stuff, which plaster definitely is. So I have some sacrificial sponges. The mold release is in here somewhere. I just want to check it doesn't tell you to wear a respirator with this. Oh, avoid inhalation of vapors. Sick. Okay. Well, it doesn't specifically say it's carcinogenic or anything, so I'm only going to use a little bit at a time. So as long as I can't, you know, definitively smell things, then I'm going to assume it's fine. Do I have a container I can pour this in though? I was going to do it just in the lid, but I feel like I'm going to need more than just that. I don't think I have any small containers, which is annoying. I've got massive ones, but I don't really want to use those for such a small amount of stuff. Love it, I can use one of these. Use one of these. I'm sure that'll be fine. I'm only going to use a bit at a time because I don't know how bad fumes actually are from this. Because, unhelpfully, it doesn't say. This will be the sponge I used last time. Because it's blue. So I'm going to dab a load of this up on the inside. Because the plaster's white, it's actually kind of easy to see where I've been, which is nice. You can kind of see it peeking out. Again, annoyingly, I can't really do much with the camera. I do want to get another camera because the other webcam just gave up. It just died. So I am looking into getting another camera. I'm considering, like, do I try and do like a GoPro sort of thing so I can have it like head mounted? Is that gonna be useful? But then I'm worried, like, what if I forget that I've got it on? And like I wander off to go do something and I just don't trust me, you know? I'm a bit of an idiot. I don't put it past me as far as just forgetting it's there. Hopefully. Point is, this as a thing should be eminently practical. And I'm really hoping that my day yesterday was not for naught. As soon as I have a fiberglass thing, I'll know. A little bit dubious around the structural integrity of this whole thing. Just needs to hold out long enough for the fiberglass to do what it needs to. Past that point, it's more than welcome to perish. But I just need it to survive for long enough. plaster is obscenely absorbent. I can at least know by the end of the morning whether this entire process is vaguely viable. And I can commit and get more materials so I can do it again. Take it up higher, I think. Yeah. I start up higher, and if it drips down, then good for me. It's gonna be the most annoying bit to reach. I never ended up doing the other things I needed to yesterday. That was annoying. So I'm actually gonna have to do those today, which sucks. But I can just bum rush as much of this as I can early, then that's better than not. I'm definitely going to have to sand the end cast, though. That's the only thing, because of these sodding bandages. That's going to be a future me problem. It ain't smooth in there. It's as smooth as I could make it. It ain't smooth. first layer of this has just been actually absorbed. Which is fine, because I know it would be. But it's not like I can press particularly hard, because this is just constantly threatening to break on me. So it is what it is, really. I'll do what I can past that point. Meh. Mostly just trying to avoid things sticking as much as I can, whilst also acknowledging that they probably will regardless. They almost definitely will, actually. No, there's no almost, they will. They will stick. I'm just trying to stop it from sticking as badly. I'm not expecting to be particularly successful with that, if I'm honest. Who is outside right now? Into 3 in the morning. I'll never understand. The only reason I get up so early is for a little bit of peace. You guys don't count. I mean, just from the general, you know. The standard day-to-day nonsense. I'm always surprised when other people are up this early. Why would you choose this? Like, I know that I'm mental. What's your excuse? I don't know, people are strange. And I appreciate the irony in that as a statement. Not lost on me. Definitely better than not. But also, should probably do a little bit more, because it is just getting soaked in. I'll do another little bit. And from there, I'll probably switch up to other forms. Corner up here. And I'll layer on some other kinds of mold releases. It's like, this is definitely going to get stuck, but if I can just make it slightly less annoying, That would be great. How am I already doing my back in? That is so bad. Alright, getting there. Right. There are quite a few little fragments that have been coming off as I've been doing this. So I will have to address those. I can probably do that by giving it a cheeky one of these. Good enough. So, I'm inclined to then spray it, probably matte wax on top of this. Seems sensible. So let me at least try and wipe the rest of this off my gloves first. And I don't particularly want to try and take this outside to spray, because it's fairly fragile. So I'm inclined to say that I will just not. I'll spray it in here, but I need to be in a respirator for the resin anyway, so that's not really a problem, to be honest. I think I'll play it like that. Right. Let me stick this on real quick. This is where the fun begins. Hopefully. In theory. I apologise if I tap the mic while I'm doing this. You know what, let me just mute the mic while I fix this. Right, that should do it. So, mac wax, sweet mac wax. Come hither. Why did I think it was a good idea to bury you over here? Right. I should probably put something behind it. So I'm at least not covering everything else in that, right? I'll use yesterday's skirt, why not? That seems fine. Where did I just put that? How did I leave it over here? How have I already lost the lid? It's fine, I found it. Oh. Okay. See if I can... Yeah. So that should all be better than nothing. I'm going to have to double glove real good. Okay. So, get that away. Try and wipe off the last remnants of the mulberry. Don't need that anymore. I was just reading the bottle to see if there was anything pertinent, but there isn't. So that's fine. Right. Let me whack on an extra set of gloves. I always end up needing to double glove. Right. Move a bunch of these out of the way, because I'm going to need the workspace. My scales, I think I left up here. Yeah. Sweet as. Right. So, resin, I know under here, because I tidied everything up. So now I know where it is. Mixy sticks. Everything cool. Right. Maybe I have the scales somewhere else. Yeah, scales somewhere else. I'll lace it up over here, because I'm going to need spray and everything. Where is the tray? That is the only trouble with tidying up. I then have no idea where anything is. Oh no, it's under here. Okay, that's fine. Fine. I vaguely remember now. This and a bunch of brushes. I'm gonna need this one for sure. I might end up needing that one as well, to be honest. Yeah, probably. Alright. Frame acquired. So that is fine. Got a couple of brushes, that's also fine. I'll just keep it up here for now. Sure, that'll be okay. I'm going to need fairly small bits. That's the annoying thing. Yeah, I'm going to need fairly small bits. And I know what's going to happen. Once I get going, I'm going to get covered in resin, and it's going to be difficult to make the small bits that I need. So let me try and preempt that slightly. Also, doing this in Crocs, wouldn't recommend. So, you know, do as I say, not as I do, basically. Just a little disclaimer. I'll probably end up rolling my sleeves down as well when I get going. Because, you know, paranoid, objectively. Okay, well, those are all pretty small bits, so that's not so bad. Shouldn't need that many, not really. This would have been easier to do with like a fiberglass paste, I think. To be honest. But I don't have it. I considered getting some, and I decided against it. It's weird stuff. It's almost like using car body filler, but with fibers in it. Right, that should be way more than I actually end up needing. So, probably fine. Just checking that my respirator is definitely working, which it is. Right. I think I'm going to stick a fan on and hit my light, apparently. It's primarily because I'm warm, but also I like the idea of air being pushed away from me. That just makes me feel a little bit better. Whether or not it's actually useful is up for debate. But it makes me feel better. I'm choosing to roll with it for now. That's all set up. This I'll probably have on reasonably high, because it's far enough away. I don't imagine it's actually going to matter. Yeah, that seems fine. Right. Drag this over here to that I can weigh it out back here. So I'll take a stick with me and a cup, and I'll crack on, to be honest. Now, I don't remember the ratio, so I will have to read the bottle. I also want to put goggles on just because I will feel better if I do. I am very, very serious when it comes to PPE. Let's read the side of the thing. 1%. Okay, cool. So if I do 100, then I only want to do 1. So if I do 200, then I can do 2, and that's probably going to be a slightly easier thing to measure. Coolio. Alright. Get to it then, I guess. I remember. This was a bastard to open last time. God damn it. Alright, where's the jar right there? This is what I used to get it open last time. Didn't remember which direction it goes in. Thought I drew an arrow last time. If you're unscrewing something, what way do you unscrew it? That way, right? Yeah. Okay. We may be here for a while. Oh, no, it's working. Never mind. Well, hi. Alright. Thank you, jar opener. Actual legend. Could not be any more reluctant. I am rolling my sleeves down though. That did not want to even. Alright. So let me do 200. That's almost bang on. Good for me. One. Good enough. Right. Grab my mixing stick. Quickly wipe the remnants off my fingers. Not that it's going to help in the long run particularly, but oh well. I feel slightly better when I do it. So, good enough. Yeah. Alright. Mix this for a little bit. Alright. I'm inclined to say that's then probably good enough. So, I'm going to stick a bunch on there. Have myself one of these. One of these. That wasn't flat. Of course it wasn't. Why would it be? Right, up here. I'm going to smush it to absolute oblivion. I've inadvertently dumped a whole bunch of resin down here. I'm going to attempt to pad that out a bit. Whack that in there. Because from what I remember, don't need much. Not really. Not in the grand scheme of things. maybe a strat to wax some resin onto this first. Let me scoop up a bunch. I kind of want to work with this fairly quickly, if I'm honest. Again, I can hear people outside. Why? It's very early. I think I might have to focus on one edge at a time. Keep being dragged around too much. Wait, that works better. Fine, I'm developing a strat. I don't like that I can kind of smell it. I shouldn't be able to. Garage has a split door. I'm attempting to separate. For some reason it's having none of it. Whatever, I guess. I don't particularly want to have to leave the garage door open, but I'm not sure I've got a whole lot of choice. I don't know why I'd be able to smell anything. Not usually. My theory is because I need to shave. That was on my to-do list for yesterday. Anyway. I'm quick. Doesn't matter so much. In fairness, it's probably fine. I'm probably just deep in it. But I'm not a fan. Not really. will be made slightly easier when I've got more on here. To be honest. Ultimately, I shouldn't need that much. Not really. Keeps getting stuck at the minute. Why I'm defaulting to going back to just doing one edge. Make it the one that will be seen. So the lowermost. I definitely smell that. I think it is because I need to shave. Duly noted. Alright, so what I'll do, I will faff with the resin that I have made up. I will BRB literally to go and shave, and then I'll come back. Because I ain't messing with that. No way. Don't do that. Where's the other brush? Got gravity working against me right now. You exercise a bold strategy. I've managed to make a bit of a mess of this. I blame being worried about breathing. Did not do that. I'm actually kind of getting somewhere. In my defense. The trouble is, there needs to be a lot of resin in here for this to not stick to itself. Or rather, for it to not stick to the brush I'm using. I will go shave in a second though. Because I ain't dealing with that. No way. It's annoying because, as I say, I had planned to do that yesterday. Would have saved me having to dick about this morning, but there you go. I think dual wielding brushes might be a strat here. I've one that I keep cleaner so that I can push it in all the crevices without it getting stuck. Getting there, slowly. Changing tactics slightly. It's already so drenched in resin, I feel like this might be the slightly less messy way of dealing with it. The lowermost edge is the edge that matters. I do think I'm going to have to do this bit at a time. I'm getting stuff stuck to me. Oh well. Don't do that. That's the opposite of what I want. See the resin's hardening now. That's what I was afraid of. Not being quick enough. That's fine. Just means that I now have to definitely go and shave. And I'm only going to mix up 100 next time, not 200. Definitely not 200. Give me the non-scuffed brush. I can at least push everything into the crevices that matter, which are all the lowermost. I believe are these ones. That's going to matter the most. And then I will BRB literally to go and shave. So dumb. But getting this right matters. No, that's just solid now. Awesome. Fantastic. Trying to think of the best way to leave this while I wander off. Leave it like that. Ideally, I kind of want to hang it from something. I have nothing to hang it from. That's fine. Probably just leave it kind of upright orientation that it'll end up being in eventually anyway. So let's say I leave it like that. Ooh, that cracked. Okay. Leave it like this for now.
definitely smell that, and I shouldn't be able to. That is not okay. I am going to go and contend with various. And then when I'm confident that I can breathe safely, I'll be back. So yeah, give me a little while, to be honest. Okay, I'm back. Sorry I took a while. Had some other bits and pieces that I should probably sort out. So I did. This stuff is completely okay. That's fine. That is definitely fine. Let's put the rubbish bag down here. Right. Back to whatever I was doing. So, yeah, I'm gonna only mix up really half as much as last time. Roll my sleeves down again. Yeah, do half as much as last time. Because can't really work quick enough. So, so fun. Hopefully this will end up working out in my favour. At the minute I'm a little bit kind of and love it when the scales go dark. That's my favourite. I can definitely see when they do that. Yeah, that was definitely too much, but oh well. At this point, it really just is what it is. One of these suckers. Hopefully, I can get most of that first side dealt with. Hopefully. I'm actually going to take the stick out this time, because if I could save it, I'd rather. Yeah, have a look. Yeah, that side is not happy. This side actually seems pretty okay with existing. Albeit stuck to the bloody bag. There you go. Okay, yeah, that is doing its thing. I'm inclined to say I'll leave that bit for now and switch to working this bit over here instead. So if I attempt to learn from my past mistakes, I think I'm going to start by whacking a load of resin in here. Right out the gate. Yeah, I'll do it like this. gonna work out better. If I can try and get some fiberglass in there, and I am inclined again to kind of just do this on the thing itself. Otherwise, it just ends up becoming a sticky mess. I mean, it's going to be a sticky mess anyway, but more of a sticky mess, you know? I still want to focus that lowermost edge. That's the important one. I'm trying to figure out the best way to hold all this. Kind of isn't one. Well, it is what it is, as they say. Those I'll save a fiddly bit up top. Right. I'm not expecting to need many layers, to be honest. Not for this. In fairness, just occurred to me I can probably use these shells as my end pieces. Don't know why that has only now occurred to me. That's probably a thing I can do. So, I'm vaguely conscientious about it, actually. This may end up being part of my final piece, which would be really epic. Why is this already gloopy? Are you kidding me? Alright, well at this point I'm just gonna take it on here then. Just having something is better than nothing. There is no easy way to hold this thing. Telling me I'm gonna have to mix up even less than I already have. Good grief. I have to half it again. all seem too big. This one. I'm just not quick enough. That's my problem. Gotta force me to be quick. Not in my nature. I'm careful, not quick. It's so against everything that I usually do. Now I'm quiet because I'm concentrating. Try and get as much of this in there as I can. Anything sticking out is meh, to be honest. It is what it is. Main thing is trying to get something in here. Before all the bloody resin sets. I can kind of see what I'm doing when I do that. Right. Another one in here. And that bottom edge is my focus because that is the one that will be seen. The rest is just an ideal. this little bit I'm most dubious over. Stay out my way while I'm doing it. Right. I think another one of these. I could just push it in there. Would be grand. Trying to see is the real kicker. It's not easy. I don't want to do too many layers because that was where I biffed it last time. I was making the jacket for that mold. I used way too many layers. So I'd like to avoid making the same mistake, if possible. That is my preferred. But I also don't want to do too few. So I reckon let's stick that on there. To try and make sure those bits are fused. A tiny bit in there. Plug that gap. Already fairly solid, to be honest. Don't know what I thought was going to happen there, but there you go. How's that looking? Not too bad, actually. Not too bad. I think the top corner is looking a little sparse. So I will try to fix that. Giving it some of this. Right. Not in a bad frame, to be honest. I'm inclined to say I just hold this for a while, to be honest, because it seems to be setting correctly. If I do, if I can fit any more, do I need to? Probably not, to be honest. I feel like the resin in itself is probably going to be strong enough. I'd like to put a few just in these less dense looking areas. Okay. Yeah, that bit down there is going to be a problem, but that's for future me to deal with. Main thing, I want it all to be pretty solid. Which all of this actually is, considering it's only fairly thin layers. Okay. If I hold it for a bit, then it will cure in a good position. Already seems pretty solid down there, which is nice. Yeah, that's good enough, really. Alright. Well, I'm just going to hold this for a while, I suppose. This is no good to me anymore. Brushes I'll deal with separately. Just want to try and finesse that a little bit. I need to not touch it now because it's going to make air bubbles. So I shall leave it. Although it would be nice to find somewhere to hang it. I don't imagine I'm going to have a lot of luck though. No, I don't think I am. Annoyingly. Right, well let me grab this. Just before I put the screw cap back onto this big old jug of laminating resin, I'm going to wipe it. It keeps becoming an issue whenever I try to get the cap off. So I'm going to preempt the problem. At least vaguely. Can't do much about the inside of the cap though. So at that point it just kind of is what it is, I suppose. God, it's such a mess. Alright, fine, I'm going to have to deal with that too. I can't deal with it one-handed. You know. I just kind of rest it on top for now, I guess. Fine, it's probably not going to take long for this to do its thing. But, in theory, I should then have a fiberglass copy of my original thing. And crucially, it should fit me, because the other one didn't. So, you know. Keep that stick. That's good enough. Guess I can move these out of the way. Just trying to find things I can do with one hand. Tidy some stuff up, I guess. Get rid of that. Need to find another bin bag in fairness. Might sort that out. Once this is in a stable enough position that I don't need to be using both hands, then I can do some other stuff, because there are other things I want to do. At the minute, I'm a little bit limited. Unless I can engineer something to hang this from. Engineer being the operative term. Probably a terrible idea. No, it's just that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea, and I shouldn't do it. I mean, I do have a vice here. It's going to be too heavy. It'll just slide. Unless, let me attempt something. It's going to go horribly. I know I've got a pole kicking about. Poles and tubes. Where do I keep? There we go. Right. Let me take a fairly thick tube, stick it in a vise, and hang this from that. There are too many things that I want to get on with to be spending my time holding this thing. It's a cardboard tube, so I should be able to squish it pretty aggressively. It won't go anywhere. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Problem solved. Precariously engineered. Exactly as intended. Right. Now, while I'm here, I would also like to look at my glass dagger, because if I can get that sanded off to a point that I'm happy with, I can do the silicon mold while I've got the respirator and goggles, etc. So, yeah, potentially not a bad shout. Where did I move all the sandpaper to? Pretty sure this will be fine. Since I'm here, you know. That's the thing with a lot of these kinds of projects, is you tend to sort of hop between bits. But you'll be waiting for something. So, you know, jump into doing something else. And the cycle continues. Mostly happy enough with the glass dagger. Mostly. Oh, there's all the sanding stuff. I remember. Take this along up here. We use this sanding stick instead. Because I just want to get this top bit sitting fairly flush. Then it shouldn't take long for the fiberglass to do its thing. So by the time I've messed with this, hopefully I can at least inspect it, see where I'm at. This is mostly okay. Start weighing up how much certain things matter. Because objectively they probably don't. I just want to save myself as much work in post as possible. Basically all it boils down to. Hard to discern high points without spraying it grey. I'll add that on my list of things to acquire. I am running low on that. And that's still discernibly different. That's better. What else did I do today? I think it is just a few admin bits. Well, actually, technically there's a lot of admin. But as far as things that I need to do today, that's still quite a lot, actually. Oh, well. I knew I was going to be playing catch up for a while after leaving work. Realistically, I should have been smart about it. Taken some time off sick, done a load of admin, and then handed me notice in. But it was too necessary to just quit then and there. I couldn't wait. Just serving out that notice period was enough. It was a bad time. Still is, from what my mates tell me. Then I've only just left, so, you know, I was expecting it to still be bad. But that's why I am here now. I want to commit my time to stuff like this. What I want to be doing. I just have to get better at being quick. Definitely a whole thing. That doesn't look too bad. Need slight tapping. Slight. here to deal with. That seems okay. A little bit along here. And then I'm gonna need to spray it all grey again, just to try and pick out any bits I need to fix. I think there's a little bit in here I need to faff with just slightly. Okay, I think that's pretty good. But I do want to have one last spray of things. That is annoying, but I can probably fill that with primer. I'm smart with that. I remember last time the primer was weirdly sticky. So maybe I won't. Maybe I'll use a different can. I think I am obsessing at this point, which is very in character, but also super unhelpful. So I'll go, probably have a spritz of this. A little look. I'm fairly sure at this point it's okay enough. Just don't want to get any more stickiness on it, that's all. Where I'm a little reluctant is that kind of messed it up last time. So maybe I just call it quits. No? split while I'm ahead and all that. I feel like I'm only going to be prolonging this otherwise. So, based on that, I'll take the tape off of the rest of it. And there are a bunch of little holes and stuff on here. I might need to do a little bit of faffage with this anyway. That's fine. Like, legitimate blemishes, fair enough, I can probably fix that. Just where I'm fixating on stuff that isn't going to matter. That's where I take issue. As far as filling tiny holes, yeah, fair enough, I can do that. Because I'm going to be casting this as like the end piece. So it needs to be pretty freaking solid. So I'm not having to mess with literally every single reproduction. That defeats the point. I want to just be able to mold the thing, cast the thing, walk away. There. There are a few teeny tiny holes that I want to sort. They will become a problem down the line. Look at this little bit here that I want to get rid of. Yeah, good enough. Fine. Yeah, I'm going to fill some of these teeny tiny gaps. And past that point, this is actually mostly okay. That's good from a distance. Certainly not mad at it from far away. So, yeah, I'm alright with that. But up close, there are a few, if it's willing to focus, might not be. One, kinda. There are a few teeny tiny little holes in places. I just want to sort that out. After that point, whatever really. I'm cool with it beyond that. Or at least I'm cool enough with it beyond that. So I'm going to fill the teeny tiny holes that are actually going to matter. And by the time I've done that, hopefully I should have fiberglass things in a good position. So I'm just gonna, do that for a second. And then find my definitely expired Millipat. Which I keep threatening to reorder and then not doing so. Only going to need a really tiny amount for these. it's just one of those, like, yes, it's annoying, but if it ain't broke, you know? But yeah, it's kind of broke, but if it ain't completely broke. Maybe slightly more than that. A bit more than that. That feels like too much. No, it's not quite enough, actually. Tiny bit more. That's good enough. Good enough. Right. Let me smush these together for a bit. I'll stick the lid back on. And I've got a bunch of tools that I can use to actually put this in places. Rather than trying to use my fingers and just suffering. Let's try using this. See where it gets me. Let's say I were to fill this bit with that. Not a bad go of things. Not bad. That's gonna need more. I need even more. I definitely still made up more than I really needed, but you know, that's just the expectation now, to be honest. Okay. It's not a bad repair job. Actually pretty decent. I do want to fix this tiny bit down here though. I can make that better. Yeah, that's much better. There are so many tiny holes on this, good grief. Right. Where are the ones that are annoying me the most? That one's annoying. Not as annoying as being unable to get the stuff off the hook. Right, that deals with that one. Okay. That deals with those. Now, objectively, I should try and fill these. It's going to be difficult. Because they are massive gaps. I need to try and fill them fairly accurately. I'm not going to be able to sand in there particularly. So this may end up kinda tricky. I think I'm just gonna have to be real patient with it. There are a couple like this that are definitely gonna need filling. Right. I'm sorry bashing my head into the camera. I'm gonna do it. Keep getting closer and closer completely by accident. Right, that one's a pretty decent fix, to be honest. Not too mad at that. The one above it still needs work though. You take off a fairly large chunk. That's a big old gap. Let's try and not biff the one I've already done. That's the real struggle. That mostly fixes those two. At least to an extent that is possible. Only thing is, because I'm filling in a bunch of the gaps, I'm not going to be able to mold it this morning. I have to wait for all of this to cure. Which sucks, but also, if it needs doing, it's whatever, really, you know? It is what it is. I think they were the most egregious offenders, really. Probably some on the other side as well. While I'm here, let me see if fixing this one's going to help at all. I'm not even sure whether it's super necessary. Come on, stick to the thing, damn it. Trouble is, because there's so little there to begin with. I don't really have anything it can grab onto. It keeps choosing my stick. Fairness, I do think it was worth fixing. tools have I got? I feel like I need something flatter to kind of help finesse this a bit. That then fixes that bit, which is nice. Just has to survive long enough for the mold to be made. Past that point, shouldn't matter a whole bunch, to be honest. That deals with that. I think that deals with all the pieces that were kind of missing from the cast. So, I reckon, I don't know, that one's annoying as well. Let me fix that while I'm at it. There's just lots of gaps where there were air bubbles. Which shows, you know, it's not particularly surprising. It's something that I've been mulling over when it comes to thinking about how I mold this thing. I'm thinking I put in vents. Probably gonna stop me from having this issue. I just am not sure where I want to put them and how I want to angle them. Tackles that. That fills the worst offenders. Once I've dealt with this one down here, which actually isn't going to need that much. Probably only going to need that much. The others really are tiny enough that it just objectively doesn't matter a whole bunch. but there are just a few big gaps, courtesy of air. Nice to have a degassing chamber. That would be extremely cool. Maybe one day. Yeah, they're the worst offenders on this side. There are a few teeny tiny blemishes that I might be able to faff with while I'm here. Nearly. Nearly, but not quite. They're all just little holes from air bubbles. So it's not the end of the world. As I say, because this is going to be my final iteration, I want to fill as many blemishes as I can, so I'm not having to do it on every single reproduction. Not least because I kind of can't. If I'm going with glass cast, I suppose I could add a tiny bit of resin into places, but you know, you're then mixing up a load of resin just to fill holes. It just is avoidable, basically. Avoidable with just a little bit of extra prep. Getting hard to up enough. I only need a tiny bit. What's that? The lowermost blemishes aren't even going to be seen. I'm not crazy fast with that. Really just whatever is on the immediate surface. That's where I'm putting my attention. The rest is kinda, sorta, just whatever, really. Do I mind that one? I think that one stands away. Okay. Well, that is a future me problem. So I'm not sanding anything while I've got stuff that needs to cure. So absolutely not. And I'm going to have to fill these bits carefully. I can't be touching any of the other side. In fairness, it's mostly just these bits up here need doing on this side. Where are those? But are they going to matter? Once I have a strip through the middle, probably be okay. These little bits are annoying me though. Do I have any sandpaper that's going to be thin enough to deal with those? Because I might not. I'll deal with those later. It's fine. Feeling this is going to suck. But oh well. I do want to fix these. I didn't think I was going to bother, but I definitely am. Can't leave them. I wanted to, but I can't. In fairness, once I've done this, to be able to have a look at my fiberglass, see what's up with that. I might have to fill this one in 2 parts. Yeah, that works better. These were big gaps. So, checks out, to be honest. It's better than it was. I don't think anyone's actually going to notice. And that's the case with most of this. Like, I don't think anyone's going to clock it. It's just I will know it's there and that will bother me. Deals with 2 out of 3 of the big annoying holes. So if I just tackle the last one, then I'll have a look at the fiberglass. See where I'm at? Probably do this bit with this. Yeah, kind of can. fixes that. And I ought to be okay enough with the rest of it. Not for this bit. Fine, I'll fix that one too. How is the fiberglass doing out of interest? It looks pretty good, but it's not, like, it doesn't look like it's done yet, so... So I definitely have time to faff with this. And really, I should start thinking about ducking out to go get breakfast. Probably sensible. Ah, come on, do the thing. I need more anyway. I don't think I need that much of it. I thought that was a lot, but actually, it might be about right. Probably gonna have to use the flatter tool to get it to do the thing. This one. I will say the mask is not being particularly kind on my face. I'd probably benefit from taking a break anyway. Come on, don't do that. It was all going so well. Let's change to a different tool. One that doesn't have any stuff on it yet. I think that's usually the kicker. It just likes to stick to itself, which is a good thing, but if you've already got some of it on a tool that you're using, it's less good. Why would you do that? It was all going so well. I think it's because this mask is really killing my ears. Or just above my ears, I should say. So I'm thoroughly distracted. Probably because I've got goggles on still. Alright. It is with that. This side is good enough. Right. That deals with all the worst bits. So I will now leave this alone for a while. Probably back where I got it from. Which is around here somewhere. Oh, there we go. Right. Let me try and put some stuff back. At least vaguely. And out of interest, how is this doing? Well, it's not warm anymore, so actually, it might be okay. It's definitely still too thin in places. I still want to add to it, but as far as having a thing goes, thing confirmed. Now if I can get rid of some of this, because it is annoying me. Can I get rid of this as well? Not yet. Kind of can. I can't cut the very end of the scissors. I can't get in any closer either. Let's try and get that little bit out the way. That's all I want. Enough. Because I'm inclined to say I can neaten this up a tad, so I can at least see what I'm doing. All I really want, a little bit of ease of access. I'm expecting I need to put more layers on, really. That's what I'd expect. But then it's pretty solid. This looks really thin on the ground up here. So I think what I'll do is try and cut away some of the bits that are annoying me. So my conundrum is there are some bits that look pretty solid, like this bit in here, because, you know, I went over it a million times. And there are bits like this that are just way too blue still. So I don't trust them, basically. So what I think I will do is I will put on a set of gloves over my gloves, and I will mix up a little bit just to fill in the bits that I don't trust, frankly. So I wanted to get the base on there. So that it wasn't going to go anywhere, but now that it is on there, I'm inclined to tear up some more teeny tiny bits. Just to put in areas that really would benefit from them. Leave that one as it is. So I'm going to mix up a very small amount of resin. Gosh dang it. Then I can at least have that vibe in as I get on with other stuff this morning, namely breakfast, given it's just hit 6 in the morning. So, you know, probably do that. Just want to get all of these out the way first. And there actually looks pretty good. It is just along here that looks less good. Yeah, seems pretty okay. Yeah, I'm just going to do a tiny bit. Have to contend with the patches that look less tended to. Those bits up there are actually pretty much fine, but that's whatever. But yeah, all of this, I think, would be sensible. So I'm going to mix up a tiny bit, like stupidly tiny. So tiny, in fact, that I may actually use one of the old cups rather than wrecking a new one. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Peel most of this out of here anyway. say most of it. I can peel some of this out of here anyway. Oh yeah, that's not coming out. Alright, fine. So be it. Not gonna matter for my purposes anyway. I just hate wasting anything ever. So screw it. I'm gonna say like 50. No, I'll do 100. I'll do 100, I'll just be less sad. Be more cautious around the catalyst. That was what screwed me last time. Really? You're not gonna register the one that I've definitely added by now? Right, screw you. I'm just not gonna listen to these scales. I know that will have been at least one, so choose to ignore the rest, frankly. Alright. Well, that stick is thoroughly stuck. But I just wanted to use that bit anyway. Alright, I'll use the same principle as before. Slap a ton on there and then just kind of spread it out on the thing. And that's going to be the way to play it, if I'm honest. Slap this one on here. I definitely should have rolled my sleeves down. My hands are now covered in muck, so I can't really do anything. I'll just have to be a little mindful, I suppose. Slightly bigger bits. It's slightly bigger. Stick that in there. That seems okay. hoping after this I should be in the position to attempt to demold it. That's the hope. Let's say here. Because along there looks fairly covered, but this bit is a little bit sketch. So let me attempt to change that. I had originally planned to have these as separate pieces. We'll see, because judging by how easy it was to slide the plaster off yesterday, might be able to get away with leaving them as one thing. Maybe. That might maybe be how it goes. Might maybe be? What? I don't know. I'm probably just hungry. I actually have no idea what I'm talking about. But then what's new? In fairness. Okay, this already seems a lot better. So I'm inclined to say, once I've used up the rest of this, that'll be it for now. and I'll come back to it later to attempt to get the plaster off. See how lucky I get. Probably going to end up being a massacre, if I'm honest. But I can't say I mind that all too much. As long as all the areas that looked thin don't look to be a problem anymore. All I really care about. Big old air pocket, which I expected to be the case. But it's not going to matter with this layer anyway. This is just the internal side of things. Okay, that looks a lot better. I don't think any of those are going to be a problem. Pretty sure from here it's going to be alright. Didn't want to risk that thinner looking section. So once again I've wasted a bunch of resin. I don't want to put too much more in here because then, you know, things get heavy. I'll do one more patch just because it does look thin over here still. And past that point, I'm going to call it quits. Then the dagger's curing, the resin's curing. I just kind of have to leave everything to do whatever. And I'll stick the brushes with some acetone. Gotta think what container I can leave them in. I'll try one of these cups. hoping the acetone doesn't, eat through the cup, but it probably will. Oh, I've got IPA bottles, but technically cycloromethane, but yeah, I'll stick it in one of those. Easy peasy. That should withstand the acetone. Alright. Yeah, it's a waste of resin, and I'm annoyed, but it would be dumb of me to make this any heavier than it already is. So, just gonna have to call it quits, realistically. Then, let me try and wipe off as much of this as I can. And acetone's up there. Cyclo bottles I know are in here. Let me whack some acetone in there. And attempt to unwreck the bottles. Historically, I just chuck them out, but if I can save them, I would rather. Got another plastic bag I can use for things later, which is awesome. I love a plastic bag. Useful. Right, that's probably going to be your lot for now, to be honest. I'll leave this brush sat in acetone for a while and see how lucky I get. Who knows? Worth testing. Then, yeah, I'll clear up off cam. I've got to leave this for a bit anyway. And yeah, that's kind of going to be it for now. Just hit the 4-hour mark. Good for me. So, yeah, that's a couple hours longer than I should have been here. But what's new? So yeah, that'll be it for now. I may be back later, I may not. It depends on the other stuff I have to do. So, catch you in a bit regardless.